How's that stream looking? Pete?
Yeah, looking here. 1 second. Yep, looks good.
Rolling.
Corona 1, Corona 2.
13th time doing it. Finally figured this whole thing out.
All right, you guys, have fun.
Cool. If you find yourself around the Maritime Center around 1 o'clock, we're going to be grilling burgers.
Burgers, Pete, burgers.
Not so bad. Ciao.
See ya.
That is nothing. Seal it. this time.
Oh, good morning.
Morning, Scott.
How are you?
Doing good. Yourself?
So far, so good.
It sounds like you're in the market for a boat again.
Yes, I am.
Let's build one.
Yeah, I wish I had the time to.
Well, at least you can jump back in today. Yeah, I think today we're going to be pretty chill. It's not going to be. It's just be. Yeah, we're going to take out the zip ties, fill some holes. We're going to run a few structural fillets, install the in whales. I'm still waiting on I think Kate and Warren are supposed to be here today, but give them 5 more minutes. I'll call them.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah, I think for now, yeah, if you just want to kind of motor on, I don't know how far along you got in the zip tie removal world, but
I got them all removed. Should we have removed the form, the template, forward template?
for right now, you can leave it on there. It kind of makes it easier to work on the boat. Just because
I clipped mine. I think I'm going to reattach it.
yeah, because the other thing you could do is just if you got some like Gorilla tape, you could just tape it in place. Because I mean, the only advantage of having it out is you can go ahead and fill those holes in if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But
Although the boat's light enough, you can just hold it in place. So,
right.
all right.
Folks.
Hello.
Good morning.
Sorry to be a little tardy. I had a Zoom issue. I had to reload the whole program. So anyway, here I am. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, that's no worries. We hadn't gotten started on anything, so.
Good.
Morning, Warren.
Hello, I'm here.
Alrighty. Cool. Yeah, I think Cena's not gonna be in today, so I think everybody's here to get rolling. Yeah, and kind of the kickoff for today is we're going to be able to it's kind of jump in and just remove all the zip ties with that little spot welding that we did on Sunday to kind of lock everything in place. Should be ample enough structure to hold everything in place, allow us to take those zip ties out and delve in. Once we get those out, start working into putting some structure in the boat. But for getting rid of those, I found just a pair of, if you've got a little pair of like wire snippers, work well. Just something, or if you got needle nose pliers that you can get up to the clamp of that, or a razor knife, works well. You can go in and snip them and pop them out. If you've got some that are a little bit epoxied, you may have to kind of wiggle it a little bit for it to break free. And then if it's extra stuck, I would just trim it on both sides of the hull, and you can just leave that little piece of plastic in the hole, and we'll fill whatever else is still open. But it's not going to hurt anything for it to just become part of the boat. Snip, snip, snip. That's nice getting these zip ties out, make the boat a little less Frankenstein-like.
Joel, leave the jig connected, right?
Yeah, you can leave the jig connected. Those holes we'll fill in later.
Okay.
It just keep because the jig will want to slide around on you, and we got a fair bit of work to do still in the boat. Another thing you can do as well, I mean, you could leave with the jig, you can cut the two ties that are closest to the transom, just to get those out of the way. That'll be fine, and just leave the two that are in the kind of in the bottom, in the floor of the boat. Because you just at this point, the shape is set because we've got those spot welds. You're just leaving those in to just kind of hold it in place. You can also pop those zip ties that we use to hold the skegs in, because those should be pretty well stuck to the boat. Liam, you're on to meet with Ramen at 5. There just isn't any party like a zip tie party. Motor in. Yeah, it's just kind of keep working through. I generally find that I'll get done with cutting all the zip ties and then find 4 more zip ties that need to be cut. And then I'll think, okay, I finally got all the zip ties. And then when we go to run the fillet, you'll find 1 more that you forgot. Bit of a windy one here in Port Townsend today. Dainty little nippers you got here.
I know they're dull at the tip too. Better set them in there, but I didn't go get it because it's always heavy. See those? The needle nose? You sure? We'll get some more.
Grab that end, we'll just dump it. Get the big zippies out gravitationally. Let me go back over. I was just gonna
I'm on it.
zip tie removal.
Tie removal.
You want to help me flip it back before you head out? I think it's something like 190 zip ties if you filled all the holes.
I lost count.
Whenever you make your next homage to get a coffee refill,
Mm-hmm.
you want to do me the same favor? I don't know how close that's going to be, but
I'm gonna go get you some coffee.
be neat.
Tell them he charged you for coffee when you come in.
Sure.
Make coffee here. Pay for it.
What's up, Kate?
Time to sand.
Yeah, so if you get all the, once you've got all those zip ties out, what you can do is just kind of run through and all those little spot welds that we've made along the edge. You don't have to spend a lot of time there, because with the way it's going to work is it basically is going to bridge over those spot welds. But just for just in case sake, just kind of running over, just hitting with a couple quick little strokes of sandpaper to knock. One thing it's going to do is it's going to knock the shine off of it and make it, you get that really nice mechanical bond. And two is it'll knock down any high points that may interrupt when we run our fillet stick over with that thickened epoxy. But yeah, so The other, you don't want to be too aggressive as well, because then you just burn through what's holding your boat together. Yeah, and running through sanding too, it's just the little welds that you're looking to kind of touch up on, or the important ones to really hit are the plank seams and then the plank to the transom. The rest of the seams, so like your kind of steeper angles from like your seat structure to the bottom plank, your bulkheads to the bottom plank, I wouldn't even worry about those, just because we're going to have such a heavy fill that's going to bridge that gap. It's not we're not too worried about that. Well, that's what, when I started, that's what I'd always do. I just would buy a coffee and plus one. 80. Yeah, and when you're sanding these joints, feel free to use whatever the most aggressive grit of sandpaper you have. I'm using 80 grit because, yeah, this is just a kind of a quick down and dirty job. Yeah, and anything in the bulkheads, you don't, if you kind of got a little messy there, you don't have to worry too much about cleaning that up. Because if it ends up a little kind of rough and rowdy in there, it's okay to leave it that way, because once the seats go on, you're never going to see inside that compartment again.
Because we're gonna put it in there.
Well, I mean, if you got chunks like here below where the tabs are for the seats, I wouldn't worry about it too much, just because it is going to get it's going to get hidden away for no one to see. And that transom plank joint is going to get a pretty heavy fillet. Don't worry too much about that one. So the biggest reason we're kind of wanting to just kind of shoot through and sand those little epoxy welds, and same reason we sanded the bottom plank, is when you're working with epoxy, except for just certain really kind of special blends of epoxy, they put off what's called an amine blush, and the amines they blush out of the epoxy. It's kind of it creates this kind of waxy buildup on the surface of the epoxy. And generally, the more humidity there is or the cooler temperatures, the more of that blush you get on the epoxy. And we're doing most of the sanding there is to remove that waxy film that may have accumulated on the surface of the epoxy, and then just putting a little scuff in that epoxy, because it just allows that something to grab a hold of when we go to recoat. If you were to just put new epoxy over a fully cured epoxy, what can happen is you may not get a bond at all, and over time that epoxy can release from that surface, just cause it to be just a more brittle, unsound bond. Yeah, anytime you're working with epoxy, I always a good abrasion of the surface is recommended, just to ensure that it bonds to the best of its ability to that surface. He's looking good. Fine, vessel. So what Liam's kind of moved to is we've got the tabs from the skegs that kind of come through and are proud of that bottom plank. What we're doing is just taking the Japanese saw, which allows you to lay it nice and flush to the bottom, and basically just kind of working through to trim those as flush to the bottom plank as you can. You do want to be careful because you don't want to kind of tear into that fiberglass. But on the other hand, you don't want to leave so much that you got to sand for 20 minutes to get it flush. So it's kind of finding that equilibrium. And one thing that can help is if you can use your finger as a guide. But it's just kind of cutting that as flush to that bottom plank surface as possible. If you scratch up the epoxy coat on that bottom plank a little bit, that's not a big deal because we are going to come back and do a nice candy shell on the outside of that when it's all said and done. You're mostly just trying to keep that as flush to the bottom as you can. And that'll kind of help prevent digging into the bottom plank. And then once you've kind of got those pretty close, you can come back with a sanding apparatus, a little block sander, even sandpaper on just a piece of wood. And you're just looking to work that down to as flat as you can. And then with the other two tabs, they're in that bulkhead. You're more than welcome to trim those if you want to. I generally don't, just because they're just going to get kind of hidden away and buried in that bulkhead. And even if you're putting a hatch in there, it's still fine. You'd have to get the right angle and a flashlight to be able to tell that that's sticking out of the bottom of the boat. Noisy land. those outside tabs. They're easily accessed when we boat tisserie.
Nice.
You'll want to get your fillet sticks handy. Yeah, if you're all caught up, one thing we can kind of look at doing is getting a hold of these fillet sticks, and that's the part in the kit. They look like that. They're labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 3 of them. And what these are different radiuses to match different radiuses in the boat, and the fillet stick is what allows us to smooth out our fillets, and the fillets are our structurally filled epoxy that we're going to be applying to all the seams and all the joints. You can cut these apart. I tend to just break them apart and then just sand off the edge, and then we're going to get those prepped for use. Liam, if you want to hand me that sander. And you can use the fillet stick with that hard edge, but what I tend to find works best is to, when you're using the fillet stick, is to add a bevel to one of those edges to basically to make almost turn into a knife edge. And the best way I found to do that is just kind of working it down with a little bit of sandpaper. And what that does, having that kind of smoother edge, that beveled edge, just allows you when you're getting into the corners, it just leaves a really nice smooth radius that you can then come back and sweep that fillet, and it's going to save you a little bit of cleanup and sanding later on.
What number are you using for that?
Well, I started with number 6. But you can go ahead and put a bevel on all those fillet sticks, just because we're going to need all of them. So yeah, you can see on the edge, I've kind of made just a knife edge on that, keeping the same radius, but just kind of sanding it down, putting a bevel in there, because when we go to sweep it in the corner, it's just going to allow for an easier transition in that process. But generally, with the fillet stick, the wider radius sticks are for the wider the angle. The tighter the angle, the tighter the radius. We don't need, because on the wide angles, this allows us to really bridge out and kind of widen that fill and spread out the epoxy, so we're not really globbing it in there. But also leaving enough for it to be structurally sound. With the more right angles or past right angles, like behind the bulkheads, we'll use that smaller. We'll use smaller radiuses to accommodate that tighter angle, because we just don't need as much epoxy to give us that good structural fill.
Want us to do all 6 right now, or just the one set?
I would recommend, if you're going to do one, do them all, because there's opportunity to use probably all the different radiuses in the set. So I would just go ahead and knock that, put that knife edge on each 1 through 6. But they're handy little tools, and it just allows you to end up with just a cleaner transition between your structures, your planks.
And is the bevel going on both sides of the stick, or just one?
No, you just want just one side of the stick.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see, and because it's, yeah, it just allows you for that to be able to come in and make that nice sweep. So I don't know if you, how well you can see that.
So you're only doing one side of the bevel, right? I mean, one end of the bevel.
Yeah, just one side of the stick will be beveled.
Now I understand that, but do you want bevel here and bevel here?
Correct. Yeah, so you'll flip it over because those are, it's just two different radiuses.
Okay.
Liam cheated and used the stationary belt sander.
One number 5. 1 and 2 were hand. So. Over that. Number.
Yeah, we're going to prep these the fillet sticks because kind of the next step in the process is we're going to dive into our smaller bulkhead, and we're going to run all our fillets and get the get that seat installed. What's that? Yeah, so again, if you if the noise on our end is distracting, let us know. We've got because we've got a fairly large project rolling in our shop. So if it gets loud with the power planer, let us know. So, yeah, and I'd kind of quick mention, so that once we get our fillet sticks ready, and we've got our trims and sanding done, our next focus is going to be in this smaller bulkhead bay. This is going to be it's going to be kind of getting motoring in on our first kind of first step in adding structure to the boat. That's we're going to be tying the transom into the planking, as well as the bulkhead and into the planking with our structural fillets. Once we get those fillets run, we're basically running from the tabs that register the seat in down. We're going to run all those fillets. Once they're in, we're going to lay a piece of fiberglass to kind of help tie the bottom to the transom, just to really structurally shore up that joint. And then we're going to install the seat. And yeah, so just kind of, I don't know where everyone's at, if we're all ready for that or if we're still motoring on previous steps. But yeah, we'll dive into that in here in just a couple minutes. And we're looking at kind of, if you want to get yourself staged up, have a mixing cup, a squeeze bag, and our fillet stick, and a pair of gloves. What's up? So how are we looking? We ready to move into this next step?
Yep.
All righty. Warren, how are you looking? Are you ready to move on? I don't know if he can hear me or not. Hey, Warren? Nope, must not have the sound on. All right, well, I'll catch him up when I catch his attention. But yeah, because what we can do is go ahead and do a mix up of epoxy. So 1 pump hardener, 2 pumps resin. Yeah, just remember, kind of reiterating, being redundant, is make sure you do a good solid, at least a minute on that mix. Get it well incorporated, just so we know we're going to have using its full potential bonding strength. And then once we get that mixed up, we're going to go ahead and make our fillet blend epoxy. So that kind of creamy peanut butter stand on its own epoxy. Warren, so if you didn't catch the first part, we're mixing up our batch of epoxy, our 1 pump of hardener, 2 pumps of resin.
Okay.
We're going to start our fillets in the small bulkhead.
Okay.
One nice thing about this step is that is doing the bulkheads first. If you've never run fillets before with epoxy, this is basically a good practice run. Kind of is learning that technique and kind of learning the best way of doing it on these fillets, because they're going to kind of get buried underneath the bulkheads, the ones that you're not going to see. They're okay to be a little bit ugly because they're just there to serve function. But it also kind of gives you that practice. And so that way, when we move forward, we can, we'll be better at it. So the ones that are visible are going to look prettier. Yeah, well, and it's that blend we're looking for is kind of like when we were spot welding. You're looking for that nice creamy peanut butter. You want it thick enough that it'll hold up on itself, but not so thick that it gets really kind of chunky. Because if you get to that chunk state, I guess, it tends to get a little bit harder to work with. It'll come out kind of almost pitted. And it's also making sure to mix it really well, because if you mix it really well, it's less likely to have chunks, and it'll just save you some time in the long run. Yeah, I mean, but the ultimate goal of running all these fillets is creating a bridge. It's basically turning these separate pieces of plywood into one piece, because with that structural fillet, once it's in place, I mean, it's stronger than the wood that it's bonding together. It just really makes a really helter stout bond, and it also allows you to make it seamless, so you can come back, sand it over. And that's kind of one of those philosophies where a lot of wooden boat builders try their hardest to make it not look wood, and a lot of composite boats try their hardest to make it look wood. How's our mix looking? Perfect. But yeah, and again, it's that ideal mixture is it's thick enough to hold itself up, but not so thick that it gets chunky. It's kind of finding that sweet spot. So it's just adding it until you get to that happy medium. If you get a little bit of sag in these fillets, that's okay, because again, they're going to go bye-bye forever. And once you get that blend, you can go ahead and start the process of putting it in your bag. And ideally, when we're running fillets, I tend to work. The goal is to get the fillet blend, to get that mixed epoxy out of the bag about as quickly as possible. Just because kind of with that, the longer it sits in mass, the faster it can heat up. And I know, like today, we've got a little bit here in Port Townsend, warmer working conditions than we had last weekend, where it was kind of drab and rainy. So the warmer it is, the faster that epoxy is going to want to go off on you. So, and it's easy to tell when you're running the squeeze bag, just because you're going to feel it in your hand. So if it starts to get hot on you, we're just working to get it out of the bag as quickly as possible.
And schmoot.
So we'll hold off just a moment. Make sure everybody's in the same world of readiness. So when we're running these, we're thinking about where that seat is going to be installed, and you can see where those tabs are. That's where the seat is going to get tabbed in to the transom. So we're thinking we don't want to run our fillets any higher than that. So it's just starting our fillets in line with where that tab is. And when we're squeezing out for the fillet, we're looking at just kind of squeezing out kind of a little bit fatter bead than a pencil, kind of right in those seams. And generally here with that transom to plank, where the transoms meet the planks, we can go fairly heavy with that fill. So generally, the wider the angle, the less epoxy it takes to run that fillet. The more acute the angle, vice versa. It's going to take a little bit more to fill, even though we're going to use a smaller radius on those angles. It generally does take a little more epoxy. And these are also they're structurally very important joints that we make really stout, just to kind of help with the rigidity and longevity of the boat. Because especially the joint between the bottom plank and that transom, that's probably, if you're going to have an impact, that's going to be the most stressed joint. So it's running through. And what I would do is go ahead and squeeze out pretty much everywhere you're going to run a fillet in the bulkhead. because what happens here is you've got a lot more working time with the epoxy. If you go ahead and get all those beads squeezed out, than if you just do one at a time, because again, it'll get it out on the surface and it'll increase the working time. There should be enough epoxy in that one mix-up to pretty much do the entire
Here.
yeah. So and again, it's all the seams. So back of the bulkhead, between plank 1 and 2, between the bottom plank and plank 1, those are all going to get that that pencil size bead of epoxy. And it doesn't have to be ultra pretty. Our fillet stick is what's going to kind of help us kind of smooth all that out. Little over the shoulder boat building action.
I'm gonna run out.
And if you do end up running where you use up all the epoxy before you get to those joints, I wouldn't be in a hurry to mix up more. What we'll do is we're going to sweep the fillets, and any extra that we have, we can recycle it and use it and re-squeeze it back out.
I think I'm at that stage.
Our mixing sticks. I need a dry one. So one little quick, one tool that works really well that you can get kind of quick prepared. I didn't run through earlier, which I probably should have, is the use of a pickup stick as well. And that can be done, that's just basically beveling off one end of a mixing stick, kind of into a straight knife edge. And this is going to allow us, because when we run our fillets, we're going to end up with a some squeeze out off the edges. And that pickup stick is basically one of my mixing sticks. I just put a bevel on the end, kind of make it into a little knife edge. That's going to allow me to come back and scoop up any of the excess epoxy that gets used and use it again, that gets squeezed out to the sides, any excess, and we'll be able to use that again.
You have a recommended number for this?
I think everyone's still squeezing, so we'll wait a minute. And
Scared.
you're scared
Yeah.
of the wolves. I just think Doug's out to get us.
And if I've got a little extra in the bag, just dump it, right?
You have some extra in the bag?
A little bit, yeah.
If you got any extra in the bag for now, I wouldn't worry about it. If it's not much, that's fine. The extra, because you may have to go back in and dab in a little bit in places that you may not have put quite enough epoxy, and that's okay. So kind of, I'll do a quick demo on running these fillets, and using a fillet stick. So with that bevel, when you're using a fillet stick, so what'll happen is you've got the radius on the end of that stick will give you that perfectly round if you go straight up with it. But you can change the angle of the fillet stick on the surface that you're working. The lower the angle with that fillet stick, the more epoxy you're going to leave into that joint. This is the biggest reason for beveling that edge, is it really allows it to kind of flow behind that stick. So the lower the angle, the more epoxy you'll leave in that joint. The steeper the angle, the less epoxy. Generally speaking, when I run my fillets, I like to start at a fairly low angle, and then I'll usually sweep them, 2 or 3 times to get that really nice transition in the radius. And then, so we'll start with the plank to the transom, that transition there. And what I'm going to be doing is a number 5 radius. It's an open enough radius to really give us a nice transition, but also leave enough epoxy in that joint. And when we run that, when we sweep that joint on that transom, we generally want to do it all in one shot. What you kind of want to avoid is just kind of piecing it in a little at a time, because it's hard to get a really nice smooth, seamless transition on a fillet if you're just dabbing in places. So anytime and even if I have to go back and touch it up, I'll sweep the entire thing just so it all looks really nice. And so here I'm gonna kind of come in at a fairly, I don't know, what angle would you call that? Like a 45? Maybe a 45 angle to my work surface. And I'm applying a fair bit of pressure. And I'm just coming through, maintaining that angle, and I'll run that entire surface. And what I have is I've got a fair bit of extra epoxy that I picked up in the process. But again, what I also have, I'll give the schmoo to Liam here. Is a nice bridge that connects that bottom plank to the transom. And it's just, it leaves a really nice consistent amount of epoxy all the way through. And it's just really going to shore up that part of the boat, that joint on the boat. And then kind of from there, if you like that fillet, that's kind of what I was talking about with a pickup stick, is having, if you've got that kind of knife edge on the end of one of your mixing sticks, what I can do is I'll use the pickup stick to come back and grab that squeeze out epoxy on each side of that line. And so all we're left with is the epoxy that we've got down into that joint. Yeah, and any excess, so I've got the bag back in the cup. I'll just wipe it back into my squeeze bag, and that way if I have to come back and squeeze out any more, I've got that extra epoxy to do so. And so kind of sweeping the transom fillets are going to be that number 5, just and the seams between the joints between the bottom plank and plank 1 and plank 1 and plank 2 are also going to be a number 5. And it's probably better to start from the bulkhead side and work towards the transom. There you go. You want to make sure to get a really nice complete fill on all those seams, because it's one of those, if you kind of miss a spot, it's going to be very difficult to come back and hit that again later. So yeah, we're going to run all the joints. So between the planks, one and two, bottom plank and plank one, and the planks and the transom, all is going to be that number 5 radius. And the numbers on these radiuses is completely arbitrary. They don't really mean anything. It's just an easy way to reference which one is which. But it's a nice wide radius, kind of helps spread that joint, but also leave enough epoxy for it to be good and structural. When you go to sweep the joint between the planks and the bulkhead, we're going to use a number 2 radius for that, because it's a more acute angle. It's a tighter angle. It's not going to take nearly as much of a radius to be able to get the amount of epoxy we need for it to do its job. And it's also going to get reinforced with another fillet on the other side. And you can steepen that angle just a little bit to get that radius to set in there. There you go. Yeah, when you're running that fillet in that meeting of the planks and the bulkhead, you can go fairly steep with that fillet stick, just to ensure just a really nice consistent radius all the way through, because you don't need to leave that much extra epoxy because it's such a tight angle. And like here, Liam didn't have quite enough, was fairly liberal with the epoxy. So what he's picked up, he can go back and squeeze into that plank to bulkhead joint to get enough epoxy to get him through the rest of this step. gonna step away for just 1 minute. Those fillets looking good. Masterpiece. Beautiful. Will you grab a in the storage closet? Pairs. I put the scissors in there. I think there's a couple pairs in there because we'll grab those so we can do some fiberglass trimmage. And if anyone has any questions or concerns on this step, feel free to shoot. Yeah, and then once we kind of get all those fillets run, we'll move on to the next step. Yeah, I know. I'm going to town. Robert said he picked up his planer and been mowing with it. He's like, man, I just put new blades in this thing. And he realized that he'd only put one blade in it.
Are we done with this
Well, grab
batch?
lunch.
What's up, Kate?
We done with this batch of fillet blend then now?
Yeah, so once you've got all those fillets run, and you kind of made sure that you've got a good sweep on all the connection of the bulkhead to the planks, all the planks, and then the planks to the transom, anything that's left over, you could add a little kind of a nest of epoxy right around that where that tab came in if you want to. That's a good place to use it. Also, if you've got any of these, any of the zip tie holes, you can squeeze a little bit of epoxy in there with using that pickup stick works well for that. But yeah, anything, if you can't find a use for it on top of that, you could actually kind of squeeze it out on the top of the seat surface, or in the joint between the doubler and the plank is a good place for that, because eventually, once we get all this, we're done with the inside of that bulkhead. That's the step we're going to move to.
Got it.
I don't want more coffee. I don't think it's a good idea.
What's up?
So now I want more coffee. I don't think it's a good idea.
playing catch up in the coffee room. I didn't have my 5 a.m. cup. Oh yeah, skizzers.
One of those pieces is still full of oat weight.
Yeah, just we can. Do you want me to? That's what I usually use.
Yeah, we don't have a camera in our office either.
Hi, by the way.
Hello.
Everyone say hello to Heidi. Vote Heidi for county commissioner.
Hi, Heidi Eisenhower. Kate Roosevelt.
That?
It's Kate Roosevelt.
Hi, Kate.
How are ya?
Are you building a boat?
I sure no, at least I'm trying. Yes.
Awesome.
Kate, I think you're doing a great job.
Girl, you're too kind.
You get a few hundred beers.
Okay, I didn't know you were teaching right now.
It's all good.
I guess you're not doing the ground diagram.
It's a very relaxed teaching environment.
Yeah, we got a
You
mellow,
have great students there.
mellow group.
I think I did an okay job.
A+ for effort.
I think feels good. That's a little chunk. It's just going to need to be sanded. That's a piece of zip tie sticking.
It's
What are you
fine.
gonna do?
It will be forever gone.
Oh, that's right.
All right, so yeah, once we get those fillets looking good, kind of happy, and the next step, what we want to do is kind of dive into our back over and grab our fiberglass. We're actually going to cut a couple of strips of fiberglass off the scrap that we had from day one. And we're going to use that. So I've got the offcut kind of off from the side that when we did that interior bottom plank. And what we're looking for here is just a piece, and it can be, you can use multiple pieces to get there, but you're looking for a piece that's roughly 18 to 24 inches in length. And we want to cut a strip that's about, I'd say about 4 inches wide. And what I've got to kind of start there is I've got that, still have that taped edge, and this is that kind of scrap piece off the side of what we trimmed to start. You still want to keep a piece large enough to cover the bottom of the boat up to the first plank. So I'm going to leave that alone and then just dive into that little scrap. And when you're cutting kind of across the grain here, you ideally want to stay pretty close in line with the weave, or it's going to tend to want to unravel on you. But I'm just kind of running parallel to that tape seam. Again, it doesn't have to be spectacular. This is all going to get wet out and then locked up into our bulkhead. And then I got that cut, and then I'm going to come back and cut that tape off because we don't want to get that stuck in the boat, because that's not going to serve any good for anybody. But ideally what I'm looking for is just a nice usable strip of fiberglass. What I've got is a piece here. It's a little bit long. I'm gonna trim about 6 inches off of that. So yeah, I've got there's a piece about 20, somewhere in the 20 to 22 inch range, but yeah, anywhere 18 inches to 2 feet, probably about 4 inches wide. That piece of fiberglass we're going to end up using is tying the bottom plank into our transom. It's just going to help add a bit more structure there. That if there is any impact, there's something to back up that fillet and just really beef it up for us.
22 inches is okay, or you want me to cut a little off the end?
22 is fine. You basically want it to be at least the width of the bottom of that aft transom, just because that's the seam that we want to get taped in there. I guess I could have actually measured the width of that. About 18 inches. 19 inches. Yeah, and once we've got that piece of fiberglass trimmed, we've got that strip. What we're looking to do is just kind of lay it out. And with that fillet that we just ran between the bottom plank and our transom, is we just want to lightly lay that into place. What we're looking to do here is we're allowing that fillet to kind of hold that fiberglass in place, but we're also being careful kind of not to push that around too much. It's just kind of gently pushing it in. One thing you can do here is you can also use a dry brush once it's close to being in place, and you're just kind of dabbing it down. But again, you're looking for that that fillet blend to kind of hold up. You don't want to move it around, which you don't want to put so much pressure that it kind of pushes it out. And you're just going to kind of work out any little wrinkles, and I'm doing that with that brush, and it'll just lay in there nice and smooth. Because once we get that in place, we're going to come back and we're going to mix up another batch of unthickened epoxy, and we're going to wet out all the surfaces on the inside of this bulkhead. We're just going to wet it out, and basically what that's doing is it's going to seal up all the surfaces on the inside of that bulkhead. So if any moisture gets in there, we're able to prevent that kind of from infiltrating into the hull and maybe creating any problems later on. This is marine ply, which means it's waterproof glue. It doesn't mean it's some magical waterproof wood. So kind of protecting that, putting a nice little candy shell will help prevent any water infiltration later on and just help that boat live a nice, long, happy life. And so Liam's going to go ahead and mix up another batch of epoxy, just the 1 pump of hardener, 2 pumps of resin. If you've got, you can use the same mixing cup. If there's a little bit of thickened still in there, that's okay. It'll get so diluted by the unthickened epoxy that it'll be negligible if it's in there. Yeah, and ideally that fiberglass, it's just laying right on top of that fillet in place. When we come back and paint this epoxy in, it'll wet out that fiberglass as well. And if we did get a little bit of divots in that fillet, we'll be able to push those around a little bit with our brush. One thing I've also done is I've gone ahead and gotten out there that the seat part itself is eventually once we get this area wet out, we're also going to have to wet out the bottom of our seat for the same purpose. It's going to be it's a sealer. It just creates a barrier for any moisture that may get trapped in that bulkhead, because once it's if you got some moisture in there, it gets damp in there. Oftentimes it's hard to get all that moisture back out. So once we've got it all wet out, you can go ahead and take a brush, and you want to paint the entire surface that's below the tabs down throughout that bulkhead. So any surface that's not wet out, you can go ahead and get that covered with a nice coat of epoxy. Be careful with the fillets. You kind of want to stay away from the fillets outside the fiberglass, just because that brush can kind of distort those. So you're just looking for all these non-wet out areas to get them well saturated with the epoxy and just to put a nice candy shell on that surface so we know that it's protected and help our boat live a long, illustrious life. And with this coat, it doesn't have to be a super saturating coat. Just as long as you've got it, the surface wet out, that's more than plenty. And so kind of get it spread out well is good. And yeah, and just kind of keep motoring through until we get it all wet out. It's probably going to take a second mix up of epoxy to get all those surfaces and the seat. What's up?
In here too?
Yeah, so any raw face that's going to end up getting enclosed in that bulkhead, let's go ahead and get her painted up good. Yep, in here. Yeah, and you can go ahead and we'll paint the top of that seat doubler as well. Just a real nice thin coat. We're eventually going to come back. That's just one because we want to really saturate that surface. We're going to come back with an adhesive blend, a lightly thickened epoxy that's going to allow us to really get a good bond when we install that seat. And we don't want to forget the back side of that bulkhead. On this backside here, that's just as imperative of a surface. And again, this is one of those. It's probably overkill, but it's one of those. We've got the epoxy, we've got it opened up. It's going to be something that's going to be really difficult to come back at a later date and apply. So it's kind of a preventative step. It doesn't take too long, and side do you want up?
Upside down.
This side
Oh,
up?
no. It's a seat on.
Yeah, this one's got nice straight. Yeah, and you can go ahead and we do have, because the bottom is already epoxied, but because we went ahead and scuffed it up before we assembled, yeah, don't hesitate to get that coated as well. Just putting an extra coat of durability and protection on that boat. Just dab it straight down, it'll push that bridge up. All right, now that Liam's got that the interior of that bulkhead all fitted, all wet out. Here, I got you another camera. We've got that seat that we're going to install laid on the bench here. He's going to come in and we're going to give a nice, just light wet out coat on the bottom side of that seat. Here, you'll notice it is labeled seat 1. We picked that side to be the bottom just so we don't have to look at seat 1 when the boat's finished. It's fine. So it looks like Liam's kind of mixture. Of the unthickened epoxy, pretty much got him through where he wet out the interior of that bulkhead, the top of that seat 1 doubler, and the inside of seat 1. And once he finishes that, probably go ahead and mix up another batch of 1 pump hardener, 2 pumps resin, because we're going to make an adhesive blend of epoxy to start, where we're going to wet out our seat doubler, and then we're going to make a fillet blend, which we're then going to use to cover this joint between the seat doubler and the bulkhead. And because we're not able to get inside that bulkhead and run a fillet, we're going to run a nice heavy bead on that edge where that joint meets. That way, when we clamp our seat into place, it's going to squeeze to the inside of that bulkhead and basically give us a nice fillet on the inside. And if at any point I'm losing anybody or getting too far ahead, please let me know, and I can double back, slow down, speed up, whatever works best for everyone. Remember, it's 1 pump of hardener, 2 pumps of resin. Get that good mix. And then mix, 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 scrape, scrape, scrape. Is that the hole saw on the? Yep. Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, once you get that unthickened mixed up, go ahead and thicken it up. What we're looking for with this next batch, once we have everything wetted out, if you ran short on unthickened epoxy, you can use some of this next batch to finish wetting out those surfaces. And then we're going to mix up that honey consistency that you're going to put some of that wood flour in there and get it thickened up a bit, but not but where it's still got some run to it. And we're going to use that to coat this seat doubler. Yeah, there you go. So now that Liam's got that, he's got that thickened, this nice honey epoxy. It's still fairly runny. He's going to come in and paint that seat doubler in the boat with that thickened epoxy. Just you basically, and you can be fairly liberal here. You want enough to kind of, because what we're going to do is we're going to come back and we're going to clamp the seat onto that surface, and you want to make sure that you got plenty of goo in there to hold it in place. And you can actually go a little bit more friendly with that. There you go. Because squeeze out's our friend. If we get some squeezing out of that joint, it's better than leaving a starved joint. Because a glue starved joint it's just going to weaken the structure of the boat. But we've got a pretty large or smaller bearing surface here that we're clamping together, so I don't think we're going to have that problem. And we're also going to come back with an extra step to ensure that we get a good bond. just a minute. Yeah, and so now that Liam's got that seat doubler wetted out, the epoxy, the thickened epoxy, that adhesive blend that he has left, he's going to go back and mix that up to the consistency we need for our fillet blend. So we'll get that to that nice creamy peanut butter texture, and then we'll be able to go ahead and pipe that into our squeeze bag. And again, if I'm getting a little ahead, feel free to stop me and I can double back on any steps needed. And with this blend of fillet, you definitely want it to be kind of thick enough to hold itself up. We're not going to want any sagging in this next step.
Okay, Joel.
Yep.
I am back at the step of mixing up the first blend for the seat doubler. So you said that's sort of the honey consistency?
Yeah. So you said you're at the point where you've got everything wet out, the seat and the doublers and everything.
Just with the epoxy resin. Now I've got to add the wood flour and do that. So I'm just wondering that first blend for, right there.
Yeah.
That's
So the first blend is going to be more that adhesive blend, that kind of honey consistency. And we're going to paint that top surface of that doubler with that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and so kind of the next step here, and I'll get Liam to run the epoxy. So we've got that thickened up fillet blend, and what we're looking to do is we're going to run a bead, probably about a pencil to a little larger than a pencil bead, along the corner where the doubler meets the outside of the plank here in that corner. We want to kind of squeeze it down into that little bit of a gap. And then we're going to run a bead right along that seam between the doubler and the bulkhead. Just a nice line right on top, kind of on straddling that joint all the way around. And we're doing this to ensure that when we set the seat down in it, it's going to squeeze kind of to the inside, leave a little bead right in that lip. And we're going to do that. That's going to kind of serve as our fillet. It's just going to add a little bit more structure when we install that seat. And then this is also just going to ensure that seat really bonds well to that outside plank of the boat. And you don't have to be super shy. Liam's definitely taking that philosophy to heart.
I'm not being shy.
Yeah, you're very, and being liberal here, because if two you have enough where it squeezes forward, that's fine as well. You just want to make sure that there's enough that you've got enough thickener in there for it to hold itself up. And once we get this step done, this is going to allow us to bond our seat in. And once that's clamped in place, I think we'll be at a good spot to break for lunch.
Fully gooey.
And if you've got some left in the bag, that's fine. We'll put that to good use once the seat is installed. There's somebody's wind chimes.
Gotta be Kate. in the garage door. Or no. Yeah, that's on you.
Wood chips going to the pulp mill.
Woot, woot chips.
Gotta make that paper.
Oh, there you go.
What's that?
The coffee party's over.
I'm caught up if you're waiting for me.
You got everything squeezed out? Cool. Looks like Warren's still working. I'm not sure where Scott is. Yeah, this will be once, because the next step is going to be installing that seat. I'm kind of getting ready for that. But yeah, I think let's give it just another minute. One nice thing with the slow epoxy system that we're using is it allots you time to kind of take your time on these steps. I've used epoxy systems like the fast version of the same system. If it's 75 degrees, you have about 10 minutes of working time. Whereas I think this stuff is like 44 minutes at 75 degrees. So it's quite a big difference. One thing, if you're kind of waiting for the next step that you can get ready, is a couple of dowels. Just like we registered the quarter knees together with the transom doublers. These seats also utilize that same process in getting the correct registration. And so if you go ahead and get yourself ready a couple lengths of dowel, 3/4 of an inch to an inch long. We can get those ready and we'll seat those in place once the seat's ready to go. Yeah, it'll be 2 of those. And so, Kate, I mean, if you're ready to go ahead and put that seat in, so what you're looking at is with that seat, you'll have the 3 tabs. And we did dry fit these last weekend. 3 tabs are going to line up with those 3 tabs in the transom. What you want to do is you'll basically line that up with those 3 tabs into place, kind of hovering over that seat doubler. And you're just going to let that kind of fall into place over top of that thickened bead of epoxy.
Okay.
and then you'll use those dowels to orient it in the proper position. And then once it's in place, you'll come along with spring clamps and just clamp it on that edge to get those faces to meet up nice and tight.
Okay. Give it a shot.
Warren, how are we doing?
Doing okay. Doing okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to get, I wasn't sure where you were at. I didn't want to get too far ahead.
I'm ready to make the dowels.
Okay. So you're about ready to put the seat in place?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and let Liam install that. You can say goodbye to that bulkhead.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, bulkhead. And then you're just looking to find that, get those holes lined up. The best you can. And I will say, if for some reason you can't get them perfectly lined up and get that dowel all the way through, it's not the end of the world, because you can still clamp it in place if you're getting that kind of pretty close registration. One thing you can do too is if it's not quite lined up and you're having a hard time getting it perfectly lined up, is you can actually kind of taper the end of that dowel and then tap it into place to get it to seat. Because if you taper it, it'll allow you a little bit more flexibility for it to find where it's supposed to go, and then kind of pull it into place for you. That one's seated. And one thing I would do as well is if you can get that dowel where it's kind of flush on the bottom, that way it'll just save you the time of having to come back and trim it later in a semi hard to get to area. And then once that's seated in place, you may have some squeeze out along the edge of where the seat meets the planking. That's fine. We can leave that there because the epoxy we had left from our last mix up in our bag, we're going to run a fillet right on the top of that seat. So Liam, if you want to go ahead and grab, probably take 4 or 5 clamps and we can get this clamped off. But ideally, you're just looking for enough clamping pressure to hold that pressure, just to hold enough pressure to get that glue to kick off, do its work. And you're just like in any other step, you're looking for squeeze out when you're bonding 2 parts. If you go ahead and wipe that up, clean that up, you're going to just save you a little bit of extra work down the road. Yeah, where you had it. I will say the place where we've seen you definitely want to get a clamp kind of out on the end of the edge of this seat. That's in previous builds, I've noticed that's kind of the spot where it tends to want to hold up just a little more than the rest. And once we've got that seat in place, we're going to want to, just like under that bulkhead, we're going to want to run a fillet around that joint from the top of the seat all the way around. And that's about a pencil-sized bead of epoxy that'll go all the way around the top part of that joint. If you've got a little bit of open gap in between where those fit, make sure to put a little pressure when you're pushing down on that tip to allow it to really push that epoxy down in that crack. And then the same goes where those tabs slot in. Where the tabs slot into the transoms, Any little openings or gaps that you may have there, you really want to work some epoxy down into that to just kind of help fill any voids and help build the strength of that joint.
So I have a pretty big gap, which is not the end of the world, but I'm just wondering, just trust that the fillet will take care of it, right?
Yeah, and so the gap is between the seat and the transom,
Yes.
and that's fine. I mean, is it enough where the tabs are registering kind of in place? They're not floating out there on their own, are they?
No, they're registering.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, that gap's fine. What you're looking there is just making sure that you've got thick enough, your epoxy's thick enough to kind of hold itself up.
Yeah.
And you'll just squeeze enough to kind of help fill that epoxy. And you may go in and do an initial squeeze to do that, and then come back to do enough for running a fillet.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
And for this fillet, I think we're a number 4 is what I've used in the past. Seems to work pretty well. And what that is because it's not a real wide angle, but we want to leave enough there to be really nice and structural.
Stuff sticking up a little bit.
And remember, kind of changing the angle of that fillet stick will kind of change the amount of epoxy you're leaving in that joint. So I would start with a fairly low angle. It's right there. So one thing you can see there, Liam, when you kind of, if you want to go real kind of perpendicular to that joint, if you bring your stick up too high or too low, you'll pull more out of that joint than you want to. It's all right. And if you do have any low spots, you can always come back with your squeeze bag and kind of reload those up. You can also, if you've got, let me see here. If you've got some extra on the fillet stick and you've got places, I may just kind of push that up. And you can kind of move excess around. And if you end up, again, if you're still low, just kind of working up a little more epoxy to fill those spaces. And ultimately, we want these fillets to look pretty nice because these are going to be kind of our finished fillets. And kind of the nicer we can make that seam now, the less work we're going to run into later down the road when we go to kind of get everything prepped and ready for sanding. And then once we've got that fillet run, it's coming back with our pickup stick and picking up that squeeze out edge of epoxy. And then once we get through these steps, I think that'll give us kind of a good stopping points. So we can take a break and get some lunch.
Joel, I got about a 1/4 inch gap on essentially the starboard side of my seam against the transom there.
Okay.
Any thoughts on what I should do? I mean, it feels like the fillet bead is just going to drop in there.
So it's on the, it's on the planking side of the seat.
Yeah, let me finish this mix and I'll lift my computer up and show you. So try to do it so you don't get too dizzy here. I'm not sure if you can see it. Not sure where the camera is.
Okay, so it's that that joint between the seat plank and the transom.
Yeah,
Between the seat and the transom.
yeah,
So one, the gap itself is going to show itself a lot more prevalent because you're looking from the top, just because it's a square angle meeting a beveled transom.
okay.
What I would do there is, if what you could start with is go with a really, like kind of like a really thick, sturdy mix.
Okay.
You can push in, you can squeeze that into that gap, and then come back if you have to mix up another batch of standard fillet blend and come over the top with it. You could also run that really thick stuff in for now, kind of let that to fill that gap, and then leave it alone for an hour or two, let it gel up, let it kind of start to kick off, and then come back with the fillet, and then you definitely won't have to worry about the sag.
I'll probably do that.
Okay.
So when I'm doing that, should I squeeze that in?
Yeah, I would squeeze it in. You really want to get it down into that gap.
Okay. But you want that to be thicker than normal, right?
Yeah, you go with that. I would say go with your kind of peanut butter fillet blend plus about another 10-15%. That's where you get to it. You want to be able to mix it, but maybe it really stands up where you can pull pretty much a whole mix up on your mixing stick and it stays there. But you also want to make sure to keep it thin enough that you can squeeze it out of the bag.
I'm gonna take Rusty out and give him his lunch.
Okay.
And I am still here. Sorry. Didn't disappear on anybody. Yeah, we're just looking for a really nice, smooth transition between that seat and those that transom and side planks. Yeah. And any of that excess we can pick up now will just save us a little bit extra work later on down the road. This epoxy is easier to work with when it's wet. Still a little pliable than when it is once it's turned into a rock solid bond.
Fuck. Jesus Christ.
So that's it for now. We're breaking for lunch.
Yeah, once we get that seed in, yeah, I would take a lunch break and may kind of reconvene in an hour or so.
Okay.
Hello. Have a good lunch.
Yep. How about you?
That was good. We actually fired the grill up, cooked some burgers out here.
Oh man, that sounds pretty great.
Guess I could have invited everybody.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, damn. That sounds delicious.
Yeah, it's just too dang nice outside not to take advantage of it.
I know. Perfect.
So we're gonna kind of building up steps post lunch. I think what we're gonna do is we'll go ahead and do the same steps in the forward bulkhead, and that we did in the rear bulkhead. One thing I'll do is we'll walk through those steps. I'll kind of walk you through. It's basically the exact same process as the aft bulkhead. But I'm going to be meeting with Cena, who wasn't able to make this class. And I'm going to save that bulkhead to demonstrate those steps with him tomorrow. So I'll be here to answer questions and walk through that. And then, but not actually fulfill all those steps on my end, if that makes sense. Yeah, because I just wanted, with the kids, I think I'm meeting with him a couple hours before we get started in the morning, and he's East Coast time, which makes it convenient to do that, just so I don't completely leave him in left field. So, yeah, so we'll basically kind of get ramped up and waiting on Scott to get back, and once he gets back, we'll get going and. Yeah, basically repeat the steps as the aft seat and bulkhead. Oh, there's Scott.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that camera, I think the other one's better. All right, and everybody got through getting that first seat installed okay, and everything looks nice and happy with that. Cheeseburgers and pan. I think what we'll do would be best to stay in touch. Yeah. was thinking because, what are you talking about, like holes out here? I gotta do that tomorrow, so we'll wait. So we're all on the same page. And a lot of these holes, the tops of the planks will have to be filled because the fillet will cover them up. And then we'll come back afterwards.
I'm just gonna chill.
Alrighty, so yeah, we're kind of looking to prep these surfaces same as we did the other bulkhead. And you may have done that in the earlier steps, but kind of a quick scuff, quick sand, just to knock any shine off those surfaces. If you want to wipe out any dust, you can, or vacuum out any dust. Yeah, and then we'll kind of get motoring on running our fillets. So it's running that nice fillet along the seam between the transom and the planks, in between each plank, the bulkhead and the bottom plank. And then with an added step that we're going to have to do the same thing with the seat support. So we're looking to add those fillets right along that bottom inside seam of that seat support, as well as these vertical surfaces, these vertical corners that are inside there as well. And then eventually we'll get to the step where we're going to, we'll wet out all those dried surfaces. We'll prep our doubler with a thickened epoxy and that nice heavy bead, and then we'll install the forward seat just as we did the aft seat. And I think kind of working along with y'all, we'll go ahead and run these fillets that are inside that seat structure, just to kind of work along, and we'll be there to answer any questions as well. But
Joel, I'm sorry, did you just suggest that we run the fillets inside the seat structure?
yeah, so we're going to be running a fillet kind of inside. So here's our seat structure. All these joints where our seat structure is meeting that bottom plank,
Mm-hmm.
we're going to run our fillet bead all the way around, as well as up these vertical surfaces.
Yep.
And then we're going to run our fillet there. And that's going to take a smaller radius fillet stick, probably a number 2,
Okay.
to do that. But yeah, we're wanting to make sure, because once we install the seat, this area is virtually impossible to get to unless you're a contortionist.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll go ahead and take care of that. And then, yeah, that way we can move on with getting that seat bonded in. And yeah, so that may be the best place to start. It's kind of the hardest to reach. And Liam will jump in and work along in these steps. And yeah, so starting with the pump of epoxy, so 1 hardener, 2 resin, mix them up, get our fillet blend in the bag, and start running those corners.
Thanks.
And Scott, I think we've got you back. I just can't see you. Maybe. Yeah, I think for today we're going to spend our time. We're going to get this this forward seat installed, and once we get that, just like with the aft seat, we're going to get in there. We're going to run all of our fillets. We're going to wet out all those surfaces, get that seat installed, clamped in, and then the last step of the day is I'd like to get the doublers, the in-whale doublers installed. We can get those clamped into place and let those get glued up overnight, and that'll kind of that'll get us set up to move in tomorrow, where we're gonna finish running all of our structural fillets. We're probably going to spend a bit of time on the outside of the boat as well, just kind of cleaning up the kind of where the tabs come through the hull, and prepping for Sunday, kind of our final day of the class, where we're going to give a nice wet out of the entire bottom of the boat, as well as installing our last sheet of fiberglass. So we're gonna run all the fillets kind of on the inside of the seat. Yeah, and you'll see at the bottom of that, the forward structure of that forward plate on that seat structure. You've got a little curved, kind of dome-shaped opening. So when you're running that fillet, we're leaving that open, because that's just allowing any water that gets into that seat structure, into that compartment, to be able to flow out. So it wouldn't create kind of an entrapment for water to just sit in the boat. And if you eventually plan on installing the sail rig, that will get plugged up. But for now, we'll keep it open, and it actually gives you good access to be able to bond your the centerboard trunk in properly. Yeah, that's fine. And once you've squeezed, you've kind of worked through that seat structure. If you've got any leftover epoxy, feel free to start working that epoxy into that forward bulkhead as well, because we're going to need to run fillets and all that structure. So yeah, if you've got whatever's left, you can go ahead and get it out of the bag by piping it into those corners. And for the inside of that seat structure, I think for all of those fillets, we'll use a number 2. The radius on the number 2 fillet stick, I think should leave us with a nice, nice strong bond. Give you a little bit more of a bird's eye of what Liam's doing. Oh, I got a little too excited with the camera here, and I think I unplugged it. And remember too, when you run those fillets, is you want to come back with that, with our little pickup stick. Or break the pickup stick. Or break the boat.
But it's a
You got a couple of spring clamps over there? Gracias, amigo. I'm going full. Now that. Should have gone into cinematography. What happened to the camera, Joel? Oh, I broke it. And as you're working kind of around that bulkhead and around the seat structure, any of the zip tie holes that you see that are really hard to get to or wouldn't be able to get to from kind of the outside later, you can just dab a little bit of epoxy in those, kind of push them in just to make sure those holes are filled. There's a couple of them here in the bulkhead, especially that are inside the seat structure that once that seat's installed, it's going to be really difficult to get to. And so I just like to just kind of, I'll actually just take my pickup stick and push a little bit of epoxy or even a little on the finger and just dab it in there just to make sure that we've got a good, that we're not leaving any chances for water to kind of infiltrate into the places that we'd like to keep our stuff dry. feel like this is kind of the camera angle we probably should have had the whole time.
Yeah. Up high.
Oh.
Here I'm getting everybody's calendar.
Hey, Joel, can you hear me? Or Liam?
Yeah, I got you.
In the transom, can you remind me, I used the number 5, and then what's the other one that I use?
So we're going for the number 5 on the transom seam as well as the plank seams.
Yep.
And then the number 2 works well for that bulkhead joint.
Thank you. Couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3. Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, either would have worked fine, but I think 3, you're just going to be using more epoxy than you need to. Yeah, and sorry, I'm not kind of following along. We lost Scott as well, so I want to be able to kind of double back on some steps for them if need be.
No worries. And then should we, do you want us to stop before we put the fiberglass in?
No, I mean, when you get to that point, so it's running all those fillets, wetting out the inside of the seat structure, the doublers, the inside here. If you wanted to, you can wet out the inside and then do the glass. It may make it a little easier. I think that's a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. But no, when you get to that point, you feel confident, you can go ahead and put that fiberglass in.
Okay, thanks.
Almost see one's Hey, while you guys are still working on that, Joel stepped away for a minute. I'm also going to step away for just a second. So if you guys have questions in the next 2-3 minutes, just hold on to them. I'll be back shortly.
How's everything looking? Kind of been kind of a quiet afternoon.
Everything is fine here. I am just painting the, finishing up the wetting of the box and the top of the seat doubler, and then I should do the bottom of the seat, right?
Yeah, you'll want to coat the entire bottom of the seat. Yeah, and then we're also, and you had mentioned earlier, is running that fiberglass tape on that transom, the bottom.
that.
Point.
Yeah, I've done all that.
Yeah, and then once that's, once you've got all those seams, so back of the bulkheads,
Yeah.
plank to transom fittings, plank to plank fittings. Yeah, you'll be able to install that seat and then run the fillet around the edge. And I think that's where we'll end for today.
And am I gonna do another one of those honey mixtures to put on the seat doubler?
Yeah, so you'll start out with that, just kind of just the adhesive blend, just to thicken there. Coat it well, and then you'll go back and then make your fillet blend. Run it along that seam between the structure, the bulkheads, the seat structure, and that doubler. That way, when you install the seat, you get some nice squeeze out to the inside. You'll clamp it in place, orient it with dowels, and then run the fillet around the edges.
Okay.
I feel like I should be working on my stand-up comedy routine or something. Because today is kind of the rinse and repeat. Kind of. Oh, look. Yeah, the plan for tomorrow is going to be finish the interior. We've got a lot more fillets. The rest of the seams to run. We've got some more fiberglass tapes to install. A little bit of sanding to do, and then we're going to install the in-whale doublers. So that's where we'll put our oar stations, and then on Sunday we'll flip her over. Trim, fill holes, fill some seams, and fiberglass the bottom. But nice thing after today is that except for those in-whale doublers, the boat parts will all be installed, and you really get to see what it's going to look like when it's finished.
Follow high deportation.
Is there any reason to wet down the outside of the box, or we'll do that when we do the inside of the boat?
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the outside of that box. We're going to run more fillets on the outside tomorrow, and then once we do that, we're going to wet out everything,
Yeah, thank you. Okay, great.
make the whole boat shiny.
I only need enough fillet to get around the edge, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
Sorry, repeat that.
I'm trying to figure out if I have enough epoxy here to mix up the fillet blend, and I'm trying to remember for the fillet blend, I'm just doing it around the edge, right? Where the vertical edge of the vertical pieces meet the horizontal pieces.
Yeah, you'll right on that lip.
Yep.
But you probably want to go ahead and put another pump of hardener and 2 pumps of resin.
All right.
And mix that up because you're going to run that bead, which is going to take a fair bit of epoxy.
Yep.
And once you install the seat, you've still got the fillet that goes
yes.
around the edge of the seat.
Okay, and I can mix that with what I have left in my thing here.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Looks better. How much do you have? Warren, that seat fit okay? Look like you just put that in there. Warren, how'd that seat fit?
I'm just putting the seat in now. So
Looks like it's happy as a clam.
yeah, I think it'll be fine.
Okay.
Fuck.
Can't take Rusty here. Maybe get this piece in, and these pigs going through the holes down below. They don't thing.
Class is still ongoing though?
Yeah.
Do you ask if you could find
Everything out here is spear game.
Is he still talking?
Sometimes he comes to talk.
But mostly just the.
As sharp as this knife can get. It's not too bad.
All right, good job. Now this one.
How's that fillet looking?
Almost done.
Nice. Hopefully we'll get done in time. You can get out and enjoy some of the sunshine. I think it's supposed to get a little kind of wet and drab this weekend.
Yeah, I'm basically hanging out to talk to.
Yeah. Maguzo on there.
Do you have any more?
Yeah. You can make small,
Oh,
bag.
you need to make them. Yeah, you have the raw materials.
Well, what's next?
Yeah, so I mean, it's just once you've got that fillet for that forward seat all dialed in, everything looks nice. We're basically just kind of going to let the glue dry, and we'll jump in tomorrow morning and hit the ground running.
Alrighty.
So yeah, if you got that all done, because yeah, tomorrow what we're looking at doing is we're gonna dive in with is getting the rest of our fillets run. So that's going to be all of our plank joints, as well as our seat to bottom joints, up the rest of the transom. We're also going to install some fiberglass tapes in a few areas to kind of fortify that structure. And then we're going to put a really nice coat of epoxy on the full interior of the boat to get it all sealed up nicely. And then we'll install our in-whale doublers. And that's gonna kind of what you've got to look forward to tomorrow. And then, yeah, Sunday we'll get her flipped over, fill the rest of the holes. We're going to do a little trimming, sanding, and then we're going to get our bottom of our boat fiberglass.
Great. So we'll do the transom doublers tomorrow morning.
Yeah. So the transom doublers, yeah, we can get those in place, and yeah, we'll kind of move along from there.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome. And yeah, look forward to tomorrow, and it'll be another good day of boat building.
Great.
Should be a little bit more dialogue tomorrow. It's kind of a, with the first, it was kind of doing the same step twice
Right.
today. So,
Boring for you. Sorry, but
oh, it's fine.
we got it done.
No worries at all. And yeah, look forward to it.
Great. All right. Have a good one. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you do the same.